Um, Hello, everybody, and welcome to another stream. Thank you all for joining me here in the US this afternoon. I appreciate everybody who's joining in, everybody who will join in. It should be a fun evening here in Paris for Clash in Paris. Let's go through this card. We got the WWE Tag Team titles on the line. Joe Gacy and Dexter Lumis of the Wyatt Six defending against the Street Profits. You saw that interview with Jackie Redmond earlier in the pre-show, and really interesting that it was Montez Ford not doing enough talking and Angelo Dawkins who was doing a lot of the talking. He did the talking. Usually you see a very energetic form of Montez Ford, but there wasn't that. Does that mean he's just in his head? Is he focused? It's hard to say where his mindset is at heading into this tag title match. If the Street Profits don't win tonight, you gotta wonder what is next for the Street Profits. What does the future hold for Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford? But with that being said, Joe Gacy and Dexter Lumis have completely taken over the tag team division on SmackDown. And should be interesting to see how things look for the future after the fallout of this match. And Nikki Bella made a surprise return. And she finds herself as the next person to step up to the plate to challenge Becky Lynch for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. Becky finished up with Lyra Valkyria at SummerSlam and was looking for some new challenges. Looking for a new challenger. And it was none other than WWE Hall of Famer Nikki Bella who decided to make her presence known and step up to the plate. It should be very interesting to see how this goes. We haven't really seen this match with both of these women in this form and this part of their careers. Nikki Bella is already a WWE Hall of Famer. Becky Lynch will be a WWE Hall of Famer when the time comes. For Becky Lynch, it's just about staying on top and proving to, be the measuring stick of what it means to be a WWE superstar. For Nikki Bella, this is the most focused we've ever seen Nikki Bella. She talks about her family. She's focused on family. She's focused on the fans. She's focused on giving and just doing whatever comes her way. And this time she's taken this opportunity and she is looking to leave as the Women's Intercontinental Championship. A title that is still fresh to this year. A title that Nikki Bella has not gotten the chance to hold because it is such a new concept. Nikki Bella is a former Divas champion. She's gotten to be at the top of the mountain before. So she already knows what that's like. But she's back and she's ready to add another accolade. And that being the Women's Intercontinental Championship. And then we've got a heavy hitter between these two brutes as Sheamus and Rusev compete in a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. You got to think this match favors Sheamus heading into this match. Sheamus has competed in more good old-fashioned Donnybrook matches than just about any other WWE superstar. I mean, the match is pretty much made for him. Growing up in Ireland, it gives the vibe that makes Sheamus feel at home. And these two superstars know each other so well. So it'll be very interesting to see how things fare between these two. Then you get to Roman Reigns and Bronson Reed, the original tribal chief and the original tribal thief. Bronson Reed, of course, a member and one half of the muscle of the Vision, the group that is led by the visionary Seth freaking Rollins, with the mind of Paul Heyman included, the Oracle himself. Bronson Reed has stolen pair after pair of Roman Reigns' shoes. It's like he doesn't even need to go shoe shopping. He's just shopping directly from Roman Reigns' closet. I would say from his closet, but really he's, taking advantage of the opportunity, beating down Roman Reigns and taking his shoes from him. So this should be interesting to see how it fares out between these two. Then you get to the World Heavyweight Championship. This is going to be our main event. Seth freaking Rollins, CM Punk, Jey Uso, LA Knight. Seth Rollins, the champion heading into this match, defeated CM Punk when he played everybody, made everybody believe he had a knee injury. And as Mr. Money in the Bank, he was going to be out for a significant amount of time. He came out on crutches with that large knee brace, dropped the crutches, took off the knee brace, and took his shot after CM Punk defeated Gunther for the World Championship in a grueling mere 30-minute battle. And just like that, CM Punk's reign was done in just under 5 minutes. But Jey Uso, having been the one who defeated Gunther at WrestleMania this year for the world title, then lost it again to Gunther. Jey Uso has been as hot as they get. A hot ride for Jey Uso, from being in one of the greatest tag teams of all time to one of the greatest factions being the Bloodline, to leaving the Bloodline and becoming a standalone figure in his career. It's been very impressive to see how Jey Uso has evolved throughout his career, and not just throughout his career, but throughout the last few years. And there's a lot of hype behind Jey Uso heading into this match. And talk about a lot of hype. LA Knight mentioned it during his interview with Jackie Redmond earlier. He talked about the similarities. It was only just a couple of years ago, LA Knight. Everybody was chanting, yeah. I mean, they are, but it's not like it was a couple of years ago where it's been replaced by yeet, yeet, yeet. It's the new trend. Just like LA Knight had the glasses the sunglasses that said LA Knight, Jey Uso now has sunglasses that say yeet on it. It's the new thing. This has been a shot like this has been long overdue for LA Knight, who has given so much to this industry, has traveled all over the world, spent a lot of time in the independents. I mean, this is a match filled with superstars who are in their prime. While the average age of this match is about 41, 42 years old, 41.7. It's fair to say that these two are still at the top of their game. CM Punk being the oldest of the bunch, CM Punk has competed in some of the highest caliber matches in WWE. Seth Rollins can say the same. Jey Uso and LA Knight haven't spent Jey Uso hasn't spent as much time in that top scene like Seth Rollins or CM Punk, but has spent as much time in WWE as a CM Punk. LA Knight has spent the majority of his career on the independent scene. And then we get to John Cena and Logan Paul. Logan Paul asked for this. John Cena gave it to him. We'll see how it plays out. But anyways, it is 2 o'clock. That means we're live in Paris. It is Clash in Paris. What an electric crowd here in Clash in Paris. Over 30,000 plus. Main event, Jey Uso looks to win back the World Heavyweight Championship in a massive fatal 4-way match. Much like this man, the former world champion who got cashed in on by Seth freaking Rollins at SummerSlam, as I was mentioning moments ago. And LA Knight seeks to get back in world title contention and not to be denied no longer what he feels should be his. And Seth Rollins has his hands full. Bronson Reed has his hands full too with Roman Reigns. And the Women's Intercontinental Champion Becky Lynch has a big challenge in a former women's champion in Nikki Bella. And here she is, Nikki Bella, WWE Hall of Famer. She has taken the opportunity. And social media megastar has the biggest match of his career as he faces the greatest of all time, John Cena. It's Clash in Paris. Bonjour et bienvenue à WWE Clash à Paris. Hello and welcome to WWE Clash in Paris. You are looking live at the sold out La Defense Arena. Over 30,000 plus here tonight for what is set to be a historic night. With one of the greatest, if not the greatest crowds in WWE history. You can see the Shula Fala, those shoes that he stole directly from the feet of the OTC Roman Reigns. And now he transfers them to the Oracle. You gotta say, for sure, this is the biggest match of Big Bronson Reed's career. The Tribal Thief. This is a massive night for the Vision. What a night it's going to be here in the La Defense Arena. I am Sam, a.k.a. Height the Commentator, and thank you for joining me as we get to experience the greatest crowd in WWE. And sending it over to the Spanish announce team. To the French announce team, that being Bronson Reed, who you can just see the cockiness already heading into this match. His face says it all. He's not worried about this challenge. But there's a reason Roman Reigns was champion for over, 1,400 days. Roman Reigns has 2 Ula Falas. And honoring the family. And Roman Reigns wears those in pride of the family, his late father and late uncle, Sika and Afa, the wild Samoans. And he wears the one that was bestowed upon him by them. And all the ones in the sky for the tribal chief, a 6-time WWE champion, 1,316 days he spent as champion. 4 years he went undefeated. You know, after all this time, even still, it still catches me off guard seeing Roman Reigns without the championship. He held it for so long, but Roman Reigns has had this issue of dealing with the Vision, and tonight he looks to strike through Bronson Reed to take out one half of the muscle of the Vision. This match brought to you by Aries. Brings you clarity and focus when it matters most. And talk about clarity and focus. Both of these men are going to need that heading into this match. It's going to be quite the hitter. Roman Reigns, who enters every match clear-minded, level-headed. Roman Reigns has had more big matches in the last 4 years than any WWE superstar. I mean, to be fair, he was the undisputed WWE champion for 1,316 days. So that is a large part of it. And he conquered everybody that came in his path, from Brock Lesnar to John Cena. Roman Reigns has conquered them all. And now this issue that he has with Bronson Reed, who is representing the Vision here tonight at Clash in Paris, this stems from the Shield. Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, and Dean Ambrose, who ruled the WWE from 2012 to 2014. And Rollins had a plan B that, well, should I say Triple H had a plan B at the time, and Rollins would turn on his Shield brothers. And Roman Reigns never forgot that. And there has always been this never-ending issue between Roman and Seth. I mean, there's been forgiveness, there's been this, there's been that, but it's a scar that lasts a lifetime for Roman Reigns. And we've seen it reopen time, and seen that wound reopen time and time again. And the crazy part about all of this is that throughout this journey, Paul Heyman has always been looming. CM Punk brought in the Shield. CM Punk had Paul Heyman in his corner. And it only felt fitting that Paul Heyman was with Roman Reigns and helped Roman Reigns become the head of the table, the tribal chief that took WWE to the completely next level above all. Record sales, all of it. And for Roman Reigns, this is just one step closer to once again getting his hands on Seth freaking Rollins. Meanwhile, Seth freaking Rollins has his own issues to deal with tonight. And that's coming up in our main event in that Fatal 4-Way for the World Heavyweight Championship. But this is about a heavy-hitting bout. It is Roman Reigns and Bronson Reed. These two haven't even really connected. These two haven't even connected yet. I get excited every time. Clash in Paris. It's always a great opportunity to hear the crowd in France. They always crush it every time. They bring the electricity. And Bronson Reed doing a bit of showboating there. He said, "Who's the man?" And for Bronson Reed, it's kind of a bit, it's a mind game thing. You learn that when you have Paul Heyman, when you have a Seth Rollins to guide you into this next level of your pro wrestling journey. He's got the muscle. And now it's about the mindset, taking it to the completely next level. From big to great to legendary. That's where you learn from the best of the best. And stealing those shoes from Roman Reigns, making Roman Reigns feel defenseless at times with the amount of tsunamis that were dropped on Roman. Look at that shoulder tackle and no budge from Big Bronson Reed whatsoever. And Reed says he wants another. And Roman gonna go for it. And nothing. Roman got sent back a little bit. Roman meeting a heavy hitter like Bronson Reed. It's not going to be an easy task. And what a right from Roman, playing it up on the cocky Bronson Reed. And swinging it back for a nice right to Big Bronson Reed. And Roman Reigns has admitted he's having a lot of fun at this point. He is enjoying the crowd here in France. We've been here for about 8 days now. It's been an incredible, week plus. Getting to experience the best fans in the world. The city of love. And, of course, great pastries, too. Love a good croissant, but that's besides the point. As Roman Reigns was looking to show immense power, trying to pick up Big Bronson Reed for a Samoan drop. But the size of Bronson Reed was too much for Roman Reigns. It's funny because the other night when Roman Reigns found out that Bronson Reed was actually Samoan, Roman Reigns said, well, that means he belongs to me. Roman Reigns created the bloodline that ran the WWE for 4 years while he was champion. It gave the opportunity for his cousins, Jay and Jimmy and Solo. Other family members like Jacob Fatu, Tala Tonga, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa. There's all these opportunities that have stemmed from what Roman Reigns has been able to accomplish these last years. And now this is a part of Roman Reigns' career where it's not about having to defend his championship day in and day out. This is about revenge. We saw what happened at WrestleMania between Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, and CM Punk. I mean, it was Roman Reigns had his wise man, as well as ex-wise man. That being, meanwhile, what a drive-by from Bronson Reed as Roman Reigns was trying to clear the announce desk. And now it's Bronson Reed mocking the tribal chief. And the Auszilla just bulldozing through Roman Reigns. And a big boot from Reigns, but look who's still on his feet. And counters, catches Reigns and slamming him. World's strongest slam at Roman Reigns, able to get the shoulders up at 2. And of course, got to give credit where credit is due to senior official Chad Patton, who is calling this meat-slapping meat match between these two meatheads in Roman Reigns and Big Bronson Reed. That world's strongest slam from Big Bronson Reed just wasn't enough to keep down Roman Reigns, and now staying on the attack is Reed. Look at these heavy fists on Reigns with these rights. Oh, what a shot to the face of Roman. Reigns gets back up to his feet, but looks of exhaustion. And it's probably not just looks. Oh, he got sent hard into that buckles. Into those buckles, should I say. I was going to say into that buckle, but into all 3 turnbuckles in the corner. And once again, Bronson Reed mocking Roman Reigns. But will this work in favor of Reed in the end? It's always good to be confident, especially when you're facing somebody like Roman Reigns. But is it a negative effect in the end when Roman Reigns stays clear and level-headed? Roman Reigns can go the distance. We've seen it time and time again. Roman Reigns has faced the biggest challenges when he, during his huge reign as champion. Is Big Bronson Reed just another bump in the road to climb back to the top of the mountain? And Reed just trolling the tribal chief, who is trying to get back up to his feet as he looks to rally, fighting back. And now he's back, clubbing back at Bronson Reed. And just gets slammed right back down to the mat. What an elbow. Just like that. Any little rally attempt from Roman Reigns just got stopped in his tracks. And the Oracle, Paul Heyman, enjoying every moment. And this used to be the point where it would be Roman Reigns who would be dominating the match, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It's been a very interesting last 24 months for Roman Reigns. This has been great for Bronson Reed because having Seth Rollins, having Paul Heyman, they both know Roman Reigns' mindset. They know his moveset. They know what Roman Reigns is thinking. They know what Roman Reigns is planning. And that allows for Reed to plan around that and come up with his own strategy to block off any attempts for Roman Reigns to take control when he deems it necessary. But that's that part of it. There are always some things you can't account for, and that's willpower. That's fighting through. And meanwhile, Roman Reigns, who once again looks to rally, starts to fight back. But here comes a Samoan drop to Roman Reigns. This was effortless to Roman Reigns, but Roman Reigns got crushed when he attempted it on Bronson Reed earlier. Let's get another look at this, effortless Samoan drop. Meanwhile, just lifeless is Roman Reigns in that moment after that. And now with Roman Reigns down and out, Paul Heyman has handed the Shula Fala to Bronson Reed so he can show it off. He can mock. He can celebrate. But he's got to keep his eye on the ball. He's got to stay focused on the task at hand. Oh, what a shot from Roman. Perhaps Reed may have taken too much time showboating. And now it's Reed just hammering away on the OTC. Look at these massive headbutts to the tribal chief. Reed just has been all gas, no brakes throughout this match. His engine. I'll tell you what, his gas tank is full. And oh, look what he's about to do. Steal another pair from Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns has about had it. He's trying to take the shoes of the tribal chief, but he's had enough. And Roman Reigns fights free. Of course, those wrestling boots of Roman Reigns based on the Jordan 11, as you can see the patent leather on them. For those that are sneakerheads out there, such as myself. And Roman Reigns comes in with a couple of clotheslines, but Reed doesn't budge. Uppercut by the tribal chief, and a second one for good measure. And clothesline to Reed, trying to send him over. And that time, Reed gets sent to the outside onto the floor. Perhaps the opportunity window is opening for Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns looking to pull all the stops right now, not waste any time. Comes through with a patented drive-by. And into the post. But Reed now gets sent into the steel steps. Reed down to his knees. This could be the turnover that Roman Reigns has been needing to take the ball, get the touchdown, and take the victory. The crowd absolutely electric with Roman Reigns chants. That can give the energy. That can add to the adrenaline that Roman Reigns needs to. Oh, Roman Reigns got caught on a Uranagi and a senton to follow it up for the win, but not quite. Let's get another look at this. Roman Reigns went for the Superman punch, got caught by Reed with a Uranagi and then a senton. Unfortunately, it was not quite enough to keep down the tribal chief down for the 3. But the question is, then what is enough to keep the OTC down for the 3? Bronson Reed has Roman Reigns up on his shoulders. He's saying it's it. But Roman Reigns fighting back with some elbows. Roman Reigns trying to fight free, but still up on the shoulders of Reed, who's still holding on. Oh, look at this. Crucifix counter. Oh, and an air fall for Roman Reigns. Oh, what? Another Superman punch attempt, but a Death Valley driver. Will it be? And a kick out by Roman. And the longer this match goes on, the stress picks up from the intensity. Roman Reigns just kicking out before the 3. What a near fall. And I mentioned earlier in the match that Roman Reigns has gone the distance before. Roman Reigns has faced the greatest superstars to ever grace the presence of the world. Not just the WWE Universe, but the world. John Cena. Like I mentioned, John Cena, Brock Lesnar, just to name a couple. Triple H. Oh, what a big kick from Bronson Reed. Lays out Roman, sending him to the outside on the floor. Meanwhile, I think we're about to see a cannonball. Nope. Meanwhile, Roman caught Reed with a Superman punch. Locked and loaded for a second one. Knocks Reed to the mat for the win. But gets the shoulder up at 2. Paul Heyman is stressed. Roman Reigns finding an answer. Well, finding a response, I would say it would be the answer, but the answer to the equation would lead to the end of this match. And Roman Reigns just hasn't gotten there yet to beat Bronson Reed. You gotta wonder, what's it gonna take for one of these two men to get the upper hand on the other? Roman Reigns trying to pump himself up, get himself motivated to fight through, to get through this back half of this match. Bronson Reed has not been an easy challenge to deal with. And not just in this match, but over the last few weeks, all the mind games, all the times that Bronson Reed has gotten the upper hand on Roman Reigns on Monday Night Raw. It gets in your head, but now it's Roman Reigns' time when it comes to big matches and being on premium live events. Roman Reigns went for the spear, but Reed countered with a kick. And now Reed with a clothesline sends the OTC to the floor. Reed gonna fly and a suicide dive from the Behemoth. And laying out the Tribal Chief is the Oscilla. That is 330 pounds of Bronson Reed just speeding its way right through and ramming through you to the outside on the floor. And perhaps this could be the end. And now the end is could be near for the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. The waves are high. Looking for a tsunami, but nobody home as Roman Reigns just barely getting out of harm's way. And Roman Reigns is fighting through. This time could be it. He went for the spear and he just got caught in midair. He just got caught by Reed. And a seated power bomb. Oh! But Reigns kicks out. What's it gonna take? I don't think I've ever seen anybody catch Roman Reigns on on contact from a spear like that. What a way to neutralize Roman Reigns' spear. Absolutely impeccable. You gotta give credit where credit is due. Whether you like Bronson Reed or you hate him, I can say that there are a lot more haters for Bronson Reed than not. Meanwhile, Reed looks to take another attempt on the tsunami, but Roman Reigns gets back up to his feet and nails Bronson Reed with an uppercut up at the top. What's the next part in the game plan, though? Where do you go? What a shot to Bronson Reed. And Roman And Reed fighting it out on the top. Roman perhaps was looking for a superplex attempt, but Reed fighting Roman Reigns off the top. Roman Reigns gets back up with a Superman punch. Uh-oh. What could this be for Bronson Reed? Could it be the big blow? And a massive Samoan drop. And this could be the opportunity for Roman Reigns to seal the deal. And he calls it. And a spear. This time he gets all of it, and it's all over. Roman Reigns gets the victory. You just saw the disappointment in the face of the Oracle Paul Heyman as Roman Reigns just went through the Autzilla himself, Bronson Reed. What's next for Roman Reigns? He just stepped through Bronson Reed. It was a hell of a fight. I'm not going to say it was an easy task because these two put each other through hell, sent each other to their absolute limit. It's been a while since we've seen Roman Reigns challenged the way that he was challenged by Bronson Reed in this match. But tonight is about celebration for Roman Reigns, and right now he's soaking it all in. What a moment for Roman Reigns as the ones are high in the sky here at La Defense Arena in Paris. You know, there's an old saying, if you come after the king, you best not miss. And I'll tell you what, Big Bronson Reed took his shot, and he fought hard. But Roman Reigns is above all. And now you see the look as Roman Reigns stares at Paul Heyman. Uh-oh. I don't think Paul Heyman knows what's about to happen. I don't know if he's aware. He's so focused on Bronson Reed. I don't know if he's aware of what's going on. Okay, I think now he realizes it. There it is. Trying to plead with Roman after everything you've done. Trying to play that game, huh? I think it's a little bit late for that, Mr. Heyman. Roman Reigns wants his shoes back. And the tribal chief gets his reward back from the tribal thief via hand delivery from the Oracle. Oh, wait. But Roman Reigns isn't done. The guillotine on Heyman. Heyman stabbed Roman Reigns in the back at WrestleMania, and here's his payback. Talk about a good feeling for Roman Reigns. Laying out Paul Heyman. And Roman Reigns lays out Paul Heyman and gets his shoes back. It's a win-win situation for the tribal chief. He's got two Ulafalas. He's got the Shulafala. It's a great night to be Roman Reigns. And as the Shulafala is back with its rightful owner, Roman Reigns working on separating The La Defense Arena, an absolutely incredible night. I thought Roman Reigns was about to sign those shoes. Roman Reigns signing the shoes and just tossing them into the crowd. What a moment. Absolutely crazy. That's going to be a pricey item. Oh my God! Braun Breaker out of nowhere, just launching Roman Reigns with a spear through the announce table. Roman Reigns was just enjoying himself, sending out the Shula Fala into the crowd, one shoe at a time, all signed and ready to go. But you know who was certainly ready to go? The unpredictable badass who once again becoming unpredictable with a massive spear to Roman Reigns. And Roman Reigns got through one per member of the Vision. It seems the next target is the unpredictable badass in Braun Breaker. What in the world? Absolute insanity. Meanwhile, going back into the ring, Braun and Bronson checking on their Oracle. Paul Heyman was just choked out by Roman moments ago before continuing his celebration. Meanwhile, Roman Reigns being helped back up to his feet after just being ran through and crashing through the table. Paul Heyman doesn't look too good. And Braun and Bronson helping Paul to the back. Roman Reigns, who's struggling to stand up on his own 2 feet. Absolute impact through that table. Nonetheless, Roman Reigns got the victory. Breaker's not done. Look at the way he just launched himself at Roman. Roman Reigns merely cut in half. $23 miles per hour. Even Reed can't even keep Breaker level-headed. Breaker saying you're in my way, and perhaps that may just be the case. They aren't done. I don't like this whatsoever. And here comes a tsunami. Roman Reigns has been a chief without a tribe and fighting the Vision. And here comes some security. I don't think this is gonna work out for secure. I've got to be quite frank. It's not wise. Breaker and Reed will leave when they feel they want to leave. Get these guys out of here at this point. And a stretcher and a backboard has been brought in for Roman Reigns. This does not look good whatsoever. You've got medical, you've got officials. You got the Raw general manager, Adam Pearce. Honestly, for all this nonsense that Adam Pearce has to deal with, I surely hope he's getting everything he wants out of this. Oh my God, just leave it alone. Reed rushing back. And this time, Roman Reigns is strapped down. He is literally defenseless. And a tsunami. But now here comes Jay. Jay has his hands full later tonight for the World Championship, but he comes out a little early to come to the aid of his cousin. But perhaps it may be too late. Well, I would say it is too late. Roman Reigns has already experienced quite a bit of damage at the hands of what I'd like to call B&B security. Braun and Bronson. And Jay gets speared. Well, I can tell you what, it's Jay who definitely won't be entering in the world title fatal 4-way main event at 100%. I mean, there's just all kinds of things. I mean, there's a give and take to this situation. You want to help your family, but there's always a risk that comes with it. Oh my God. And now Reed wanted to get one on Jay. Sometimes you just got to wonder when enough is enough. Bronson Reed back up at the top. And another one to Roman. All that weight, he is literally going to kill Roman. This is where Breaker first makes his appearance, spearing Roman through the announce table. And then a second one just launching himself like a dart. I think that's an understatement. A missile. And massive tsunami after tsunami after tsunami after tsunami. They didn't like what happened to their Oracle. Roman Reigns got his revenge. Jay tried to get involved, but Breaker speared right through Jay. And then here comes Reed with another tsunami. And Oh my God. Roman Reigns writhing in pain and gasping for air. Can't move at all. That first, the blind side of that spear. I mean, the match was already won for Roman. Roman Reigns already won the match and he was celebrating. But the Vision just couldn't figure it out. Braun Breaker didn't want that to be the end of it. Saying to Roman, even heard him say it, "You're in my way." You know, that was after saying, "I used to look up to you." You gotta think that this is gonna be Roman. Roman's gonna be out for a bit. It's hard to say. I mean, keep everyone updated on Roman's condition, but I'm sure we'll have. Yeah, this is absolutely devastating to witness here to open up Clash in Paris. Not quite the way we were hoping to kick off. It seemed that everything was going smoothly for Roman, who had just beaten Bronson Reed in an incredible matchup. But Breaker just couldn't handle it. He just couldn't handle that Roman Reigns was the better man against his, partner in the Vision. Jey Uso, who's holding onto his ribs, walking with Roman. Jelly Rolls in the house here tonight. And 18-time Grammy Award nominated rapper, singer, songwriter, Post Malone. A celebration in Paris. Special thank you to Tiesto and Sexy Red for Clash in Paris's official theme, OMG. Wow. With Roman Reigns being taken to the hospital. Street Profits. Look at this with Borderlands 4 available for pre-order. Look at this outfit. The Street Profits have a huge opportunity to regain tag team gold as they challenge Joe Gacy and Dexter Lumis for the WWE tag team titles. Clash in Paris, as I meant, this match brought to you by Borderlands 4. Grab your friends and play the 4th edition of Borderlands. I myself have personally played the 3 predecessors. I myself have played Borderlands 1 through 3. So now it's time to tear into Borderlands 4. And it seems that Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins are all ready for it based on their gear. Bo Dallas, who showed up on SmackDown to get in the heads of Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford heading into this match. I mean, and not just heading into this match is on such short notice for Montez Ford, for Angelo Dawkins. But the thing is, they've been doing this for so long, it doesn't matter if you give them 10 minutes, if you give them 2 weeks, if you give them a year, whatever it is, you give whatever it may be. The Street Profits have proven they can rise to the occasion and put their all in. The problem is, though, Wyatt Six have really controlled the tag team division, outnumbering everybody. It's Lumis and Gacy who will defend the WWE Tag Team titles against the Street Profits, Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins. That's what it's all about. And we've seen over the last couple of years what the tag team division has become. You've heard The Wyatt Six say that the tag team division has been lacking. It's been failing, and they've been here to spice things up. And it's been interesting to see the way that Gacy, that Lumis have taken over the tag team division. Angelo Dawkins seems to be in full control right now. He's been dying to do this. He spoke earlier in that backstage interview with Kathy Kelly. Montez Ford didn't seem like himself earlier. You even heard Big E bring it up during the pre-show. And it was a really good point on Big E's part, bringing up the fact that Montez Ford wasn't his usual energetic self. He wasn't all hyped up and focused like he usually is. Or maybe he's just quiet and focused. It's hard to say. Big E used the specific word of saying somber. But we'll see exactly where Montez Ford's mindset is throughout in this match. Angelo Dawkins really seems to be the outspoken one in this match, but Montez Ford wants in it. And it's Montez Ford and Dexter Lumis in the ring. And look at that from Montez Ford right off the bat, hyping up the crowd. A tortured artist is how Dexter Lumis likes to refer to himself as. All of the members of the Wyatt Six are tortured and diabolical in some sense. They're all twisted. That's the best way to put it. They're all twisted. I don't know what goes on inside their minds. And I don't know why I'm bringing up that question, because the less I know about what's going on in the minds of the Wyatt Six, the saner I get to be. Oh, what a double team from the Street Profits. Perhaps they are back to their usual selves. They are getting through it. Meanwhile, boom! What a shot to the chest of Dexter Lumis. Montez Ford. One after Lumis, but Lumis blocked. Up and over Gacy. Oh, but Lumis was right there and sending Ford into the table. It's just how well that Lumis and Gacy work together, despite the fact that the Street Profits have better chemistry. Being so twisted that Gacy and Lumis are, it makes it really hard to figure out what they're thinking and kind of predict what's next in their game plan. You could watch and study their matches, but it's so hard to predict what's coming next. And Dexter Lumis goes for a cover as Ford kicks out at 2. And Ford not in a good position. It seemed like Lumis was going to rip the ears off. What a shot by Joe Gacy. And this is now where the strategy is at for the Wyatt Six. Doing everything they can to keep Montez Ford isolated in enemy territory, as far away from his tag team partner, Angelo Dawkins. What a takeover. Now has this bulldog choke on Ford in the center of the ring. Ford could be forced to tap out here, and an unfortunate loss that would be. I don't know why I feel the need to say, but it does kind of feel like it's a must win for Ford and Dawkins. They've had a really hard time trying to, find some stability. You've seen a little bit of inconsistency with them staying on the same page, not just in this match, but over the past few months. It feels like there needs to be a change for them. And perhaps that's what they're feeling, and it's showing in how they represent themselves as a tag team. And now the tag's been made. Gacy is in, but it's Montez who's trying to fight through, try to jump over Lumis to make the tag to Dawkins. And a nice double team there from Gacy and Lumis. And a senton and an elbow. And now goes for the cover for the tag titles. Only enough for a 2. I still just, I keep bringing it up, but what does come next for the Street Profits? In the case that they lose. But at the same time, the question is, what comes next if they win? I mean, that's going to be no easy task. We've already seen how the other outside members of the Wyatt Six get involved. Meanwhile, Lumis gets dumped to the floor. And Gacy repays the favor to Montez Ford. But Montez Ford able to hang on to the ropes and stay on the apron. Things are not good. This is really dangerous territory right now. Montez Ford blocking it here on the ring apron, looking for a suplex. This will do a lot of damage to the back. Oh! Gacy got caught up on the rope. Talk about adding more damage. That could break your leg. You can tear something, break something. That was not a pretty landing if you're Joe Gacy. But it is a great opportunity for Montez Ford to make the tag to Angelo Dawkins. That was much needed as Angelo Dawkins soars and scores over the top, laying out Gacy, laying out Lumis, sending Gacy back into the ring to pick up the pace. Oh, up and over. And there's the leaping, spinning elbow. And planting Lumis into the mat face first. And a slam dunk spinning. Splash into the corner. And followed up with an enziguri. And up and turns it out with a neck breaker. And Angelo Dawkins just following it up to keep up the pace. This certainly can say was a much needed tag for Montez Ford as Angelo Dawkins has truly turned things around for the Street Profits with a Swanton Bomb connects on Gacy to gain the tag titles, but Gacy kicks Zappa for the 3. You gotta wonder, what are the Street Profits gonna have to pull out of the bag of tricks to put away the Wyatt Six? The Wyatt Six have the numbers game. While, this could be it. What a double team. That could be enough to put away Dawkins. But Dawkins able to get the shoulder up at 2. With being outnumbered by the Wyatt Six, it's 5-3. Of course, that being the inclusion of B-Fab being in the corner of the Street Profits. And Dawkins makes the tag to Ford, who gets back up on the apron. Dawkins knocked down Gacy. And now we're seeing some great combos from the Street Profits. But I, really should expect anything less other than, expect anything except greatness from Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins. They've worked so well together throughout the years. Almost a decade. 8 years. Oh, Gacy pulls Dawkins down. Lumis gets back up and gets the ropes. That gave the time that Lumis needed. And Lumis and Ford fighting at it. Lumis sent back. I don't know if if Ford knows it, but the tag's been made to Gacy. Gacy meets Ford. The tag champions keeping the fresh man in. That's what makes a great team. Dawkins is legal now, and I don't believe that Gacy knows it, but he will soon enough. Up on the shoulders. It's about to be a demolition. Because a blockbuster lays out Gacy. And a very close call there. And what a super kick by Lumis to Ford. Dawkins gets caught up by Gacy. And a kick out of two. Discus forearm nailing Dawkins. And there's that spine buster. Now the tag to Ford. He's about to go high. Soar through the sky from the heavens. But from the heavens with nobody home. Lumis has a battering ram and then a DVD to land Lumis on to Ford. Almost had him, but breaking things up is Dawkins. What an absolute mess inside the ring. All four superstars are down and out. Who's going to capitalize on the opportunity? This is the best of the best when it comes to the tag teams you can see over on Friday Night SmackDown. This is the high quality that you get from the Blue brand. And now Dawkins looking to pick it up and just decking through Gacy, sending him into the barricade. But here comes Big Red from behind. And a stare down with Dawkins. And the distraction allowed Lumis to take advantage, sending Dawkins into the crowd. Up and over! Flying through like Superman. And Lumis is back in the ring. Nikki Cross grabs the leg. And like I said, it was a 5-on-3 from the get-go. And the distraction will allow from perhaps what's going to be the retain of the tag team titles. It's going to be all over. And Gacy and Lumis retain with a little bit of outside help from their Wyatt Six family. With the Wyatt Six running stronger than ever and not seeming to slow down in momentum anytime soon. They reign supreme. They run strong. Andrew Dawkins just decking through Gacy. Montez Ford laying out Big Red and Dexter Lumis. Nikki Cross holding onto the leg of Montez Ford, allowing a Sister Abigail from Uncle Howdy. And the Plague connected and laying out Montez Ford for the 3. Who can stop the Wyatt Six? What a victory. An unfortunate loss for Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins. Clash in Paris, of course, in the beautiful city of Paris, the city of love. We have taken over WWE has taken over Paris for over a week now, and it's been an absolute great adventure. I'll tell you what, love a good croissant, love a good baguette. But all things aside on that aspect, Nikki did not come to enjoy the night sky here in Paris. She came with intention. She came for gold, and she is after Becky Lynch's Women's Intercontinental Championship. All right, we are back. Nikki Bella, two-time Divas champion with over 300 days as in one of her reigns. Nikki Bella, who's dealt with a lot, including a severe neck injury that pretty much left her near retired. What seemed that was going to be for good. She now has this second chance to come back. She doesn't have to worry about being just a twin. She doesn't have to worry about all that. She's got her priorities set. She's focused. She's ready to go. She's focused on Becky Lynch and that Women's Intercontinental Championship. And for Nikki Bella, that's great news that she is more focused than she's ever been in her career. For Becky Lynch, not so great to deal with a veteran and a WWE Hall of Famer with the caliber of Nikki Bella. The thing is, though, Nikki Bella dominated in a time where women's wrestling isn't where it is now. The Divas era is not this women's era that is today. Where we are experiencing perhaps the greatest era in women's wrestling. You know, it's interesting. These two have never gone one-on-one in singles action, but they've certainly crossed paths throughout the years. But let's see how things fare for somebody like Nikki Bella, who isn't on the road 365 days a year like she used to be. For somebody like Becky Lynch, that's what she does. She's on the road 365 days a year. This is her 6th title defense already. 85 days as champion. Becky Lynch maintains her top position and continues to fight to do so. Becky Lynch had the chance to, step when she stepped away. She had the chance to do, she had the chance to step away at one point and just ride off into the sunset. But she came back better than ever just to prove that she could hang. And now Nikki Bella looks to do the same, but Nikki Bella with much less time, much more time in between her last run and this run, minus the few Royal Rumble appearances, that is. This is a really big opportunity. Nikki Bella, who dominated the Divas era, looks to dominate in the women's era, where the best era of women's wrestling is. Becky Lynch was a big part in turning that page over, being a part of the original 4 horsewomen of NXT and that women's revolution. And Nikki Bella was on the back end of what that women's revolution was, while still being a part of WWE. That was towards the end of it. Becky Lynch gets caught off guard by Nikki Bella. I will say, though, this has become very personal. They've brought up family. They've brought up issues with ex-boyfriends, ex-relationships, however you wish to, interpret what I am trying to say. My point is, this has become as personal as it gets between these two. Some lines were crossed that you just don't cross. And Becky, who takes advantage to bounce Nikki's face off the apron. It'll be very interesting to see the distance that Nikki Bella is willing to go. Can she be on the A game at the top? Is she ready for this? And Becky has Nikki Bella right where she wants her with a elbow to the back of the head. And now this is where the mind games come in. As Becky Lynch going for the back of the neck, knowing very well that Nikki's career was ended for quite a bit of time, dealing with a neck injury. Becky going after Nikki with a vicious attack. The challenger may have bitten off more than she could chew by coming back to hang with Becky Lynch. While Becky Lynch is cockier than she's ever been, you can't deny just how talented she is inside the squared circle. A nice back exploder to Nikki Bella. It could be all downhill for Nikki Bella from here. Becky saying this is my ring. And there's no arguing point there. Becky Lynch, part of the first women's WrestleMania main event at WrestleMania 35 when we were at MetLife Stadium. Can't argue it. Which was also the home of SummerSlam, which kind of leads to the story of how we get to this point. Becky finally Becky retains her title, defeating Lyra Valkyria. Finally gets to move on from that. That's all said and done. Can finally move on. Okay, works through a couple new challenges, Maxine Dupree included on Monday Night Raw. Becky throws the challenge out there. She wants some serious competition. Somebody who's actually worth her time. And you know who comes out? Well, of course, it being the fearless one in Nikki Bella. Nikki Bella, who I've mentioned multiple times, is looking to prove that she can hang. But the problem is for Nikki Bella, having spent so much time away from this, on a full-time basis, it's really hard to figure out your opponent. Perhaps the ring rust. You could only train so much without without having a match in front of a crowd. It's such a different vibe when you're training, when you're getting in good shape, maintaining good shape, rather, at least that being in Nikki Bella's case, maintaining, her shape and then having to fight off ring rust. Meanwhile, these two slugging it out in the center of the ring. Becky Lynch with that kick to the midsection. And fired up. Looking to launch herself, but Nikki Bella counters it with a clothesline. And now coming in hot. Drop kick lays out the champ. Could this be rally time for Nikki Bella? Some fearless sliding there. Driving Becky to the floor. Now just bouncing her head off the announce desk. The reinforced announce desks, might I add. Nikki Bella now just putting it all out there. Nikki Bella also has to stay level-headed and has to make sure she's aware of her time, because she cannot get carried away and get counted out, because if she does, they'll get double counted out and Becky will retain her championship. Nikki Bella picking up the fire with a clothesline to Becky. It seems that, not anywhere near it. Becky able to capitalize on the opportunity. That's the problem when you go for something like that. You can't fully see what's behind you. Didn't come close. Good on Becky Lynch to know that Nikki Bella had, it's kind of just a hope kind of thing. You don't know for sure if they're going to be there, but you hope that where you had them, they're still right where you want them. Not everything always works out in your favor. Meanwhile, that forearm worked out for Nikki Bella. Becky tried to come back and fight back, but Nikki responding with another forearm. And now Nikki has Becky up on her shoulders, but Becky counters, slamming, driving Nikki into the mat. But Nikki able to kick out at two after Becky went for the cover. Well, we're truly seeing these two slug it out after how personal it got between the two. And now that we're getting towards the deep waters of this contest, Nikki Bella showing that, she can still hang. She still has it. An uppercut by Becky Lynch. What a knee to Becky Lynch. And now has Becky up on her shoulders with another attempt. Becky Lynch now has Nikki Bella up on her count and breaks free. Perhaps it's Nikki's time. Becky ducks. Shoulder to the midsection there. And now Nikki looks to go up to the top, but moved a little too slow. And that's what happens as time goes on. Your body wears out. You move slower, and it can cost you, especially in high-stakes matches like these when such a prestigious prize is on the line, that being the Women's Intercontinental Championship. Uh-oh. High risk, high reward coming up for Becky Lynch with a superplex to lay out Nikki Bella. Will it be enough to put Bella away? But it's not. And now Becky goes right into an arm bar, but Nikki holds on. And now there it is. Becky looking to snap the arm of Nikki to force her to tap. Will Nikki tap her? Does she have enough resilience? She turns it into a cover. And Becky, who is forced to kick out. Look at this. The fearless lock. Oh, but Becky fighting through it. Becky perhaps looking for the disarmer. Becky trying to fight free. But, and an electric chair. Talk about a shocking turn of events. Boom! What a takedown there to Becky. Nikki Bella thought she had it won, but it wasn't quite enough. Nikki cannot get frustrated in this match. She cannot afford to be staying level-headed. That's where you just have to be, especially in a matchup like this. Especially if you're in the position of Nikki Bella, where you've spent so much time as a full-time WWE superstar away from you, to spend so much time away from the ring, being full-time. But is it the second coming of fearless Nikki Bella? Or is the only thing that's left is to strike fear into Nikki Bella to end this little comeback? Oh, Bella counters. Nice counter by Nikki. And once again, the fearless lock is locked in. Center of the ring. Nowhere to go. Becky trying to scratch, trying to claw. Can she make it to the bottom rope to force the rope break? And she does. And Becky, great ring awareness, able to find herself, realize where she is, and crawl to the bottom rope as soon as possible. And now it's Nikki Bella who goes on the attack of Becky, but Becky gets the boot up. And sending Nikki into the steel steps, moving the top part of the steps. What in the world could Becky possibly have in mind for the WWE Hall of Famer? But whatever Becky has in mind, it's going to be brutal and it's going to be gruesome. looking manhandle slam to put away. Oh my God, Nikki Bella, the repeated back of the head shots to Becky. Oh, and a face plant. What a face plant to Becky Lynch on the steel steps. This could be exactly what Nikki Bella needs to take home the Intercontinental title. Look at it. And it's got Becky up. Didn't have it. And a manhandle slam stacks up Becky. But Becky kicking out just before the 3. And the look of disbelief is in the eyes. It's all over the face of Nikki Bella. Stay on the gas. And now repaying the favor. Continuing the attack. Looking for the disarmer. I don't know how wise that was. Well, when it's your own move, you know how to get out of it. Oh, look at this baseball slide. And there it is. What a great counter by Becky. What a victory for Becky Lynch. Way to escape this one as still a champion. An unfortunate turn of events for Nikki Bella as she thought she had it won. A really great showing for Nikki Bella in this matchup. But Becky just had the her innovation. Nikki Bella with that face plant. Manhandle slam to Becky, using Becky's own move against her. Becky was able to kick out. Didn't want to suffer the humiliation of her own move. Then look at this. This is the end of it. That innovative style of Becky Lynch, able to find a way to take home the title. Unfortunately for Nikki Bella, it's over. But nonetheless, an incredible performance by Nikki Bella. However, still your women's Intercontinental Champion, Becky Lynch. Well, here we go. Because coming up next is a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. Rusev, who was looking to have an all-uphill return when he returned after WrestleMania earlier this year. But Sheamus looking to rekindle some old issues. All right. A good old Donnybrook match. And here comes Rusev. Rusev, eyes locked in, focused. He's battle ready. He's been battle tested, and he'll certainly go to battle again with somebody he knows all too well. We are truly getting a fight. Morgan Charrière, UFC featherweight fighter, is here. Guess what? It's fight night. And the Celtic Warrior Sheamus coming out with a shillelagh. The 5th time ever good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. And it all favors Sheamus. Well, the official, Jessica Carr, taking that shillelagh away from Sheamus. At least can't be in the match from the start. But once the bell rings, it's all fair game from there. And now here we go. This fight has officially begun. And with this truly being a fight that involves no DQ, notice, no DQ, no countouts, anything goes. Well, it's all fair game, and we must have a winner. Although I wouldn't be surprised if these two find a way to fight all the way onto the fight all the way to the airport, onto the plane back to the U.S. after our time here in Paris is done. And Sheamus now bringing a table into the mix. And it's all legal. The issues from past with the League of Nations have never left the Rusev. Who is going to truly take this match? Time and time again, we've seen these two fight. We've seen their matches end in countouts, disqualifications. No, it was still, in countouts. And that being double counted, of course. They just don't stop fighting and forget that, there's a 10-second count. Oh, this could be brutal. Rusev, who was looking to suplex Sheamus through those two tables. Sheamus counters with a suplex of his own. And Sheamus sending Rusev into the barricade. Sheamus, a 4-time world champion. Rusev hasn't gotten that. This could, getting through Sheamus could be what he is looking for to finally break through and get up to that next level. Rusev, I will say, is a former United States champion, though. A very prestigious championship, first held by the legendary late Hall of Famer and Harley Race. And a kendo stick gets brought into the mix by Rusev. This is going to be a career-changing match. Although, I've never seen a time where either of these men have not enjoyed fighting. Love beating each other up. I just don't understand that. Who loves getting hit? It'll never make sense to me, but I digress. And now Rusev, 10 beats of the bottom, using Sheamus' own patented move against him. Clubbing fists against the chest of Sheamus that's gone from pasty white to beet red. And now the welts start to form over the Celtic Warrior. And Rusev just ripped off that turnbuckle pad like it was nothing. And want to send Sheamus in the buckle, but countered. Sheamus went for the Irish curse. First time didn't work. Second time it does. Rusev tried to stop it the first time, but unfortunately, Sheamus was not going to let Rusev get away the second time. And now this time it's Sheamus who has the kendo stick in hand. And Rusev has become a Bulgarian piñata. Right into the throat of Rusev. And I was curious as Sheamus looking under the ring for something. And there it is. A steel chair. Sheamus finds a second chair. You gotta wonder what in the world Sheamus is planning now. A third chair has been brought into play. And Rusev doesn't know what's about to hit him as Sheamus has that steel chair, but Rusev ducks. Look at that spinning leg kick to the face of Sheamus. The only way to win pinfall or submission. Sheamus kicking out. And just like that, Rusev has turned things around. And now has the chair in hand. Has a chair, one of the few that Sheamus introduced into the ring. Another clubbing shot to the spine of Sheamus with a steel chair. And Rusev is absolutely fired up and focused. Trying to get this chair wedged in between the turnbuckles. Rusev doesn't want to hear the trauma from his past. It's getting in the head. And now Sheamus. This is the Sheamus we know and love, who always wants a fight back, begging for more from Rusev, saying that, come on, bring it. Went for a shot with the chair, but Sheamus blocked it. Oh, what a knee. Off the jaw of Rusev, who kicks at it too. Rusev got stunned. You see the look in his eyes. He definitely got rattled by that knee to the jaw. Let's get a look at this. Rusev at the chair up. Sheamus comes up with the knee, absolutely clocking Rusev. And Rusev is about to take his turn, as he's about to receive a 10 beats of the bottom. He gave it to Sheamus earlier, and now he gets to receive a set of his own. And now the original. Let's play the track. 14 beats of the bottom to lay out Rusev. Oh, Sheamus over the bar. Uh-oh. And has that stool. But Sheamus fights back. Rusev may have wasted too much time. And now using the table. And now more beats of the bottom coming Rusev's way. And Sheamus gets more shots on Rusev. Rusev has welts as well. Rusev trying to get away. But this match can only end via pinfall or submission. Oh, now Sheamus has the shillelagh and using it for more beats of the bottom. It's only getting worse for Rusev. And Sheamus using the shillelagh for extra added intensity. Perhaps Rusev is at the end of this match for him. It may only be one bro kick away to put away the Bulgarian Brute. And Sheamus has Rusev up, but Rusev fights free. One for the kick. Sheamus got out of the way. Rusev went to that chair that he actually placed up earlier. And looking for a Celtic cross. And sends Rusev across the ring. Will it be enough to put Rusev away? Rusev kicks out just before the 3. A near fall for Rusev, who stays with it. And we know what's coming next from Sheamus. Sheamus setting up as 30,000 plus know what's coming next. The crowd is hyped here at the La Defense Arena. The bro kick. But Rusev escapes and gets out of harm's way. Sheamus heads up to the top. What in the world is he doing up there? You don't see him do this too often. Oh, what a shot with the kendo stick to the midsection. And perhaps that's the turning point that Rusev needed as Rusev sends Sheamus into those steel steps. It's a battle of the countries, Bulgaria and Ireland. And Rusev has the top part of those steel steps that he sends right into Sheamus. Sheamus collapses onto the other steel steps. And now bar back in play. What in the world could Rusev possibly be thinking? Rusev frustrated as he was trying to move that top part of the steps. This isn't going to be good. Perhaps a Uranagi coming up. Sending Sheamus right through the bar. Oh, absolutely brutal. Extremely effective in laying out the Celtic Warrior. But pinfall or submission must take place back in the ring. So Rusev doing just that is getting Sheamus in the ring, looking to take out the Celtic Warrior for good. And now Sheamus is easy pickings. It's about to be game over because the Accolade has Sheamus caught with nowhere to go. I will say we have seen Sheamus fight free before. Sheamus isn't giving up. Onto the steel chairs. Sheamus breaks free. And now with both superstars down and out, who's going to capitalize on the opportunity? The WWE Universe chanting, "This is awesome," and showing their appreciation for what these two brutes are putting their bodies through in this heavy-hitting, good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. What a shot to Rusev. Oh, no. Oh, my God. And Sheamus gets swept up from under him by Rusev. On top of those barrels. Oh, no. What a moment for Rusev. The Accolade is locked in on top of the whiskey barrels. It won't matter if Sheamus taps because there's no pinfall or submission outside of the ring, and that must be done inside the ring for the match to end. Sheamus fighting free of Rusev's grip. Oh, no. Rusev looking to put away Sheamus. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. No. On top of the whiskey barrels. White noise. Off the whiskey barrels through the tables. Absolute chaos and insanity has just transpired here in Paris. Let's get another look at this. Talk about a highlight of the night. High risk, high reward. Sheamus lays out Rusev. But now the question is, can Sheamus muster up the strength to pick up Rusev, get him back in the ring, and pick up the pinfall victory? How in the world is Rusev moving to? Talk about having a busy night. The Doctors first having to deal with Roman Reigns. Now they're going to have a busy time dealing with this good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. This, the Doctors were prepared for to get a little crazy. What we saw with Roman was not. I can already feel an ice bath coming for these two. Just knowing how they're going to feel when they wake up in the morning. Even before that, when the adrenaline wears off, Rusev reaching for that shillelagh that Sheamus brought out with him. Rusev has the shillelagh. And the exhaustion is setting in. You can hear the heavy breathing, fighting through the pain that these two have put each other through throughout this match. And there comes a bro kick by Sheamus. Oh! How in the world did Rusev just kick out of the bro kick? That was a clean shot. As they say in French, vouloir c'est pouvoir. When there's a will, there's a way. And Rusev somehow just kicked out of Sheamus's bro kick. This is superhuman what these two are pushing through. Absolute insanity. Oh, but Rusev fights back with a kick. But Sheamus comes back with a knee. I don't even know where Rusev is finding this after the white noise off the whiskey barrels. Look at the way he just sent Sheamus over. Oh, and a Machka kick to Sheamus. Sheamus has collapsed. And now Rusev has the shillelagh. Oh, right across the back of Sheamus. Good night. That's it. Oh, but this time it's Sheamus who fights free. These two are built from a, or just from a different planet. I was going to say, I don't know, but whatever they're on, I want some because this is superhuman. And now the shillelagh over the mouth of Sheamus. That's it. Sheamus is locked. Sheamus, no choice but to tap. What? That was the darnest thing I have ever witnessed. Sheamus has only tapped out twice in his career, and this is the second time. And Rusev, you can thank Rusev for that. A white noise off the whiskey barrels through the tables earlier in the match that I thought that was going to lead to the end of Sheamus winning. The bro kick that Rusev somehow mustered up a way to kick out of. I don't even know how. Then Sheamus, who stayed alive after Rusev just clocked Sheamus in the back with that shillelagh. But then the shillelagh on the mouth of Sheamus all the way wrenched back with the accolade. Sheamus was left with no choice but to submit. And Sheamus has passed out before, dying a warrior's death. But this time, he was left with no choice but to tap out. All right. Georgie Farmer, the British actor. Wednesday, season 2. Part 2. Only on Netflix, September the 3rd. And WWE Elite Collection action figures are available. They're as elite as they get. Go pick them up now at your local retailers. And coming up, we have John Cena and Logan Paul, a highly anticipated singles match. Most PLE's WWE history entering Clash in Paris. Undertaker with 107. John Cena with 98. Looking to get number 99. The Never Saying 17. John Cena, Logan Paul, Clash. We're going to find out who's going to take it all home next. Logan Paul has accomplished so much. You know, being a Disney star as a kid to growing up to being one of the biggest influencers in the world, one of the biggest YouTubers, content creators. And Logan Paul expanded himself into boxing, into the world of professional wrestling. And Logan Paul made it so that he wasn't just a celebrity appearance. Logan Paul has now, been doing this for 3 years. Meanwhile, WWE presented to you by Prime, the official hydration drink of the WWE here in France, available at Carrefour. This young man, Logan Paul, is about to face one of his biggest challenges to date, the Never Seen 17. And what a match this is going to be between John Cena and Logan Paul. John Cena has traveled all over the world and has been the face of WWE for over 20 years. But somehow, this is John Cena's first match in France. And John Cena was so excited for Clash in Paris because he saw what Backlash was like last year and got to see how the fans reacted and knew he had to get involved. And now he does. And this should be very interesting. Logan Paul asked for this match. Now the question is Logan Paul going to sink or swim when it comes to going head-to-head with the Never Seen 17? Let's not forget, Logan Paul, John Cena, Jey Uso, final three in this year's Royal Rumble. Logan Paul was the first of the three eliminated, and of course, Jey would go on to win the World Championship, and John Cena would eventually get his shot would have to go to the Elimination Chamber where he would end up winning the WWE Championship. But John Cena has had quite a whirlwind of emotions during his farewell tour, from hating people to loving people to, it's been a whole mix of emotions. And we saw him apologize to the kid who he broke his heart. He broke that kid's heart, single-handedly calling that one specific kid out in the John Cena merch in Belgium earlier this year. That was back in March. And it only took a few months, but, it took a few months, might I say. But John Cena finally apologized to that kid and giving that kid a moment that he'll never forget. Meanwhile, this is one of John Cena's final PLE matches before the farewell tour is all set and done. Meanwhile, John Cena is taking quite a few blows from Logan Paul. Let's not forget Logan Paul has that titanium plated fist that he uses to call his one lucky punch. And right now, Logan Paul is doing a lot of showboating. I don't know how wise that is for Logan Paul, considering John Cena is the veteran in this match. John Cena has done this a lot longer than Logan Paul. Logan Paul was hardly in school when John Cena started in pro wrestling. Once upon a time, John Cena was a prototype. And here we are 17 world championships later, and John Cena can call himself the greatest of all time. Oh, did the monkey flip, but Logan Paul landed on his feet. Great athleticism from Paul, who responds with a big boot to take out Cena. I think Logan Paul just showed that how impressed he was by what he just did. Imagine being that cocky that you're impressed with your own work. I mean, there's a level to it. There's a be like, wow, I did a great job. And being confident in yourself and what you do. But Logan Paul takes that to a level and it's max. And it's not a good thing, because it can get to your head. Logan Paul needs to stay focused on Cena. What an uppercut by Logan Paul. And John Cena, really called out Logan Paul on Friday, saying you're not even in the top 25 content creators. Mentioning the likes of IShowSpeed, Kai Cenat. We saw them at the Royal Rumble. But for Logan Paul, he truly had, You got to give credit where credit is due for Logan Paul. He has gone from being somebody who was just making an appearance in WWE as an influencer to be a special guest to being a full-blown WWE superstar with a contract, including winning a championship. A former United States champion is Logan Paul. Meanwhile, Cena with his clubbing blows to Logan Paul. Paul gets the boot up after that Irish whip into the opposite corner. And a nice blockbuster lays out Cena. And Paul immediately responds with a pinfall, but only enough for two. Logan Paul thought he had it right there, but Cena able to kick out. Logan Paul has got to stay on the ball right now. He cannot let his emotions get to him. And who better to call this than senior official Chad Patton, who's called some of the greatest matches in WWE history. Great senior official. And now just absolutely insulting the crowd in Paris at the La Défense Arena. Look at the power of Paul with that standing vertical suplex. And Cena gets the shoulder up at 2. Logan Paul is a well-rounded athlete. The agility, the strength. It's just absolutely incredible the things he is able to do inside the ring. There are no limits to what Logan Paul is able to do. Still, this early in his career, he's hardly 30, and he's doing some of the most incredible things that this world of professional wrestling has ever seen. Hyping up John Cena is the WWE Universe. Cena soaking all of it in. Logan Paul counters. And a gut wrench lays out Cena. Now goes for the cover. Cena kicks at it too. Logan Paul, pulling out a few different tricks in the bag. And that's important, especially when you have a big match like this. You got to figure out new ways to step up your game. And for Logan Paul, that's what we're seeing. Every time he gets in the ring, he just gets better and better. Huge uppercut. And a cover by Logan Paul that was very disrespectful to Cena. Technically, if the official had seen it, it would have been a rope break. But the official was focused on the shoulders and not the fact that Logan Paul's hand was on the top rope. But with that being said, Logan Paul still maintains his focus on John Cena. Logan Paul is a future world champion. Whether you like it or not, Logan Paul is that guy. You can give him all the hate in the world. I can tell you what, John Cena just gave some hate with a massive clothesline that just laid out Logan Paul. But it took a lot out of him in the process. Let's get another look at this. That clothesline as John Cena exploded out of the corner. He's out of it too. John Cena trying to hype himself up. Well, with the help of the WWE Universe. That is extremely electric and making John Cena's experience in France the best. John Cena is starting to pick up the pace, starting to build up the momentum, and we know what comes next. And looking for that 5-knuckle shuffle to Logan Paul, and here it comes. And a 5-knuckle shuffle lays out Paul. Logan Paul. Oh, Cena was looking for the attitude adjustment, but Logan Paul makes his way over to the apron. and shoulder to the midsection. We've seen this before. We know what's coming from Paul. And that lariat lays out Cena. And talk about a buckshot. Laying out John Cena. Let's get another shot of this. Absolutely incredible from Cena. Well, from Logan Paul to Cena, that being. But what's next for Logan Paul? Where does he go? I think we're about to have our answer as Logan Paul starts to climb his way up to the top. Logan Paul looking to fly, but Cena gets the knees up. John Cena gets the knees up, and it could be over for Logan Paul. The attitude adjustment, that's it. Oh! Logan Paul just kicked out of the attitude adjustment. Let's get another look at this. All the weight of Logan Paul comes crashing down and meets the knees of John Cena. John Cena connects with a picture-perfect attitude adjustment, but Logan Paul kicks out just barely before the 3. You gotta wonder what it's gonna take. John Cena perhaps looking for another attitude adjustment to put away Logan Paul. Logan Paul this time lands on his feet. Look at this. An octopus lock. Don't see this too often from Logan Paul. Nice addition to the playbook of Logan Paul. Must be doing some tape studying because that was made famous by Antonio Inoki. And John Cena with the STF. And Cena has the STF on Logan Paul. Logan Paul's eyes were bulging for a second. Writhing in pain, begging. Will Paul be forced to tap? Or will he scratch and claw his way to the bottom rope? And Paul makes it the bottom rope, but Cena pulls Paul back. Paul kicks back at Cena into the corner, though, to fight free. John gets the boots up. John Cena with a tornado DDT. And now Logan Paul just got sent on the top of his head. And both superstars truly bringing the fight to each other, pulling out all the stops, bringing all the tricks out of the bag. Who is going to take it all? Once upon a time, John Cena had a plan to ruin wrestling. But John Cena said to Logan Paul, You're either going to ruin wrestling or wrestling is going to ruin you. Basically saying, you're not good enough to ruin wrestling, and I'm not going to let it happen. Laying out John Cena, but John Cena kicking at it too. Truly seeing the exhaustion on display from these two after what has been so far a grueling matchup. Living up to the expectations that we would hope that a match like this would be. A young star like Logan Paul, who has come from the world of social media and proven all the haters wrong each and every time he stepped inside the squared circle. Was looking for that shot, the one lucky punch. But here comes Cena with the shoulder tackles. Paul counters. Logan Paul. What a great shot from Paul. Zigzag rocking Cena. Bow! Cena got rocked back. Logan Paul really digging deep. This is how you evolve. This is how you get better in this business. You watch what works and you add it. You incorporate it into your field. And when you execute it properly and you know that it works, that is something that you keep doing. One for it again, but Logan Paul got caught. Perhaps an end of days for Logan Paul. Logan Paul got caught by Cena after getting caught up on that second attempt at that slingshot lariat. John Cena learned from the first time. This time, it didn't connect. Father Time catches up to everybody, and John Cena knows his time is limited. But with what he has left, he brings the fight each time he is set to compete inside the squared circle. And this match has been no different. Meanwhile, Headringer catches Cena up on the top rope. Logan Paul looking to head up to the top once more. First time did not work out. Cena got the knees up the first time. A nice swanton there from Logan Paul and a standing moonsault. And again, Cena finds the willpower to kick out. Logan Paul's eyes widened. That tells the story, the expression on his face of disbelief that John Cena, I think Logan Paul may have just said that John Cena is the real deal. It's crazy to think that very early in Logan Paul's run with the WWE that he challenged Roman Reigns for the Universal Championship. Here we are a few years later challenging John Cena at the end of John Cena's career. In one of John Cena's final matches. And now, having control of the pace is the Maverick Logan Paul as he measures up the never seen 17. Logan Paul looking to put this to bed. Cena fights back up to his feet. John Cena gets out of the way. What in the world is John Cena thinking? Oh my God. And Paul gets planted. And Cena hooks the leg. But just before the threat, that was really close. That was actually really close. That double underhook face plant. Wasn't sure what move John Cena was going to pull out of the bag, but we surely found out. John Cena trying to fight through to capitalize on the situation, and both men have taken each other to their limits. Headbutt from Cena. Logan Paul returns the favor with a right. And that heavy right from Paul. Logan Paul with that background in boxing may be the difference maker in trading hands with Cena. Oh, that got Cena winded in the midsection as Logan Paul goes with a cover and Cena kicked out. John Cena looking for his 99th PLE win. Look at where he landed, that uppercut on the midsection of Cena. The exhaustion in Logan Paul is setting in. It seems Logan Paul may have a bloody nose or something. There's blood somewhere. And now that titanium loaded fist could be coming from Paul very shortly. Now it's Paul coming with shoulder tackles of his own. We've already seen that Logan Paul's been studying the greats. from the new tricks he's been pulling out of the bag in this match. And this could be more devastating than Cena's with that titanium plated fist. But don't waste too much time with the showboating and the mockery, because it could come back to bite you. And boos for Logan Paul, and there are signs saying Logan Paul is a parasite. Logan Paul wasted too much time. Cena with the AA. Oh! And another attitude adjustment. The second time Cena's connected with an AA on Logan Paul. And once again, Logan Paul has kicked out. How in the world is Logan Paul finding a way to kick out? An absolutely impressive showing from both of these men. Well, John Cena's had that, big match John saying for him. But Logan Paul just impresses me more and more every time. And a headbutt to Paul. And Cena with a headbutt to Paul. Up. John Cena Hurricane Rana to Paul. And look at this. Code Red. And a cover. But Paul kicks out in the nick of time. Look at this. Code Red. What a display that we're seeing. This is what it means to be the best of the best in this industry. On both ends of the spectrum. Somebody who still has their best years to come, and somebody whose year is about to end in a farewell. Cena with another AA attempt for the third. Looking for a third attitude adjustment in this match. One lucky punch. That wicked right for the victory, but it isn't enough to keep Cena down for the 3. What a right to Cena. But that one lucky punch just wasn't lucky enough to keep Cena down for 3. How much is left? I'm still wondering. How much do these two have left in the tank? The distance is insane. But where does the distance end? This match needs a winner. And Logan Paul kips back up to his feet, showing there's still fire left in him, showing there's still gas left in the tank. John Cena's still struggling. Perhaps Logan Paul looking to raid Cena's last rites with a frog splash. And Logan Paul looking to go double or nothing. And a second frog splash. But Cena somehow survives. The exhaustion continues. The blood, the sweat, the tears. There's this always been this never say die attitude about John Cena, and Logan Paul is very well finding out what it's all about. And now looking to mock Cena with a 5-knuckle shuffle that's titanium plated. And now looking for an attitude adjustment to full on disrespect Cena. Cena rolls through to counter. Look at this from Cena. Pulling a Styles Clash. One of his biggest rivals going back to 2016 to 2017. And Logan Paul somehow kicked out. AJ Styles and Cena and John Cena, they had one of the greatest rivalries. That was in AJ Styles' I don't want to say rookie year in WWE, but technically it was his first year with WWE. I mean, after years of traveling the world, winning over 50 championships, most notable for his time in TNA, for his time in Japan, and has, of course, become a staple here in the WWE for nearly a decade. But now it's Cena who lifts Logan Paul up. And now Cena heads up high with Logan Paul up on the top. Perhaps an avalanche attitude adjustment could be just what John Cena needs to close it all out. But Logan Paul fighting free and sending Cena off the top. And now Cena gets caught by Logan Paul. Gets caught by Cena. Cena rolled through. And Cena has Logan Paul for the third attitude adjustment. And Cena isn't done yet. Logan Paul with the right. Went for another one, but Cena ducked. With an AA. And that's it. And Cena's done it. What a match. These two put on an absolute clinic for the crowd here in Paris. What a performance. Logan Paul. Like I keep saying, you can hate him all you want, but you gotta respect the fight that he put up against John Cena. But nonetheless, John Cena's victorious. Absolutely incredible. I'm mere speechless at the match we just saw between these two because of how incredible it was. And there's only so many words to describe the impeccable performance these two put on. Hats off to both of these men, especially John Cena, who picked up the victory. But like I said, you just can't deny the work that Logan Paul has put in, and only being 3 years into his career, and this is the type of performance he put up against John Cena, who's been doing this for over 20 years. Soak it in, folks, because the dates are running out, and with 3 months left to go on the farewell tour of John Cena, the time is running out for the Never Seen 17, John Cena. What a match. You understand the story of that? I mentioned it earlier. That's the kid. There's John Cena's lovely wife. Celebrating with Jelly Roll. Post Malone. What a match. AJ Styles and Dirty Dom tomorrow night, and well, for the US viewers tomorrow afternoon, but here in Paris tomorrow night. Anyways, the Clash in Paris brought to you by Riyadh Season Theme Parks, opening October for all ages. But what a beautiful night it is here in Paris. And we are about to close it all out with an incredible world title main event. $30,343. Clash in Paris, highest gate for any event in La Defense Arena, and having 30,343 fans here in attendance tonight. An absolute incredible sellout. And we are just moments away from our huge world title main event. But immediately following the main event, the WWE post show will feature John Cena and others, of course. Let's head back to Jackie Redmond. Well, you heard it from Seth Rollins. With Roman Reigns being sent to the hospital earlier tonight, Paul Heyman's also gone to the hospital. Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed were kicked out of the arena. Rollins is all alone. And should Breaker and Reed return, they will be indefinitely suspended without pay. Seth Rollins, who ripped the world championship away from CM Punk at SummerSlam, now has to defend it with the odds stacked against him. He has a 25% chance in retaining this title, with it being a fatal four-way. And it's our main event, and it's coming up next. And it's main event time, and here comes main event Jey Uso. Main event Jey Uso entering this match at less than 100% after suffering a massive spear from Braun Breaker, trying to come to the aid of his cousin Roman Reigns, who was being taken out by the Vision. But will that, attempted assist from Jey Uso to help Roman Reigns, did that do enough damage to him where it may have cost him his chances at regaining the World Heavyweight Championship? The people want the Yeet Master. They want him with the World Heavyweight Championship. And it could just be coming Jay's way again tonight. Jey Uso doing his own yeeting chants. Making him not feel great. Especially, with all the damage that's been done to his ribs. Nobody wants to get speared by Braun Breaker. Roman Reigns got merely sliced in half by it twice. But Jey Uso's always been a man who's risen to the occasion when the odds are stacked against him. And tonight, the odds are really stacked against him, entering this match at less than 100% and having to deal with 3 other competitors. There is going to be a lot of variables that should make for an interesting World Heavyweight Championship match. This has been very interesting. LA Knight mentioned it earlier, the yeah chance, leading to the yeet chance for Jay. There's just so many similarities. LA Knight is the last superstar to pin Seth Rollins. That was at Saturday night's main event. That was just before Seth Rollins would go on to cash in his Money in the Bank at SummerSlam to become the world champion. LA Knight, said he was entitled to challenge Rollins and be his first challenger for the world title, given that opportunity by Raw general manager Adam Pearce, only for CM Punk to spoil it. And that's when CM Punk comes into the mix of what really would have been just a triple threat match. But Jey Uso has been trying to get his world title back and really didn't get that opportunity after losing the title back to Gunther. And that was after Money in the Bank, that being. As CM Punk makes his way to the ring. This is his 6th singles fatal 4-way match. And CM Punk has had 21 matches that have included Seth Rollins as an opponent. CM Punk has gotten quite a few victories over Seth Rollins in the past. Unfortunately, WrestleMania 41 was not one of them, with the plot twist that shook up the WWE Universe into what it's become today, into the creation of the Vision. And it should be interesting to see how that all plays out. The main history of this match is truly between CM Punk and Seth Rollins, who hate each other with everything they have. And that hatred spilled out into LA Knight's opportunity. And Jey Uso wants to, figure himself back into world title contention. You got to understand LA Knight's frustration here. Is CM Punk basically just jumped all over LA Knight's world title opportunity? World title opportunities don't come too often. And here comes a visionary. Here comes a revolutionary. Here comes a man who is all alone tonight. And this is all based on events that transpired in our first matchup between Roman Reigns and Big Bronson Reed. But I'll get into more of that as we get into this match. Seth Rollins, the current World Heavyweight Champion, who cashed in on CM Punk at SummerSlam. This is his 2nd title defense. The first one, of course, against LA Knight. Unfortunately for LA Knight, that match was interrupted by CM Punk, which led to what was going to be a triple threat here at Clash in Paris. But ultimately, Jey, like I keep mentioning, Jey Uso wanted to figure himself into this, feeling that he never truly got his right rematch for the world title. Because CM Punk put himself next in line after Gunther regained the world title, defeating Jey Uso to win it back. Seth Rollins, you saw it earlier, saying, I don't need the Vision. I may have brought them in, but I certainly don't need them. Maybe I don't deserve to be champion if I can't win this match on my own. Seth Rollins, a multi-time world champion, tag team champion, intercontinental champion. Rollins is one of the very best. And that world championship just proves it. 3 out of 4 of these men in this match are former world champions. LA Knight would love to win the world championship. LA Knight, former United States champion. And we're heading up to the great Alicia Taylor for a legendary introduction. That's what it's all about as Seth Rollins hands the official that World Heavyweight Championship. With Paul Heyman in the hospital, Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed both ejected from the building by Raw General Manager Adam Pearce after the heinous attack on Roman Reigns following Roman Reigns' victory over Bronson Reed in our opening contest. Just a whole lot of chaos has ensued, and Adam Pearce said to Reed and Breaker, if you come back in this building, I will indefinitely suspend you without pay. So I don't expect to see them in the building. Rollins, basically admitting I'm going to have to enter this match by myself. But what's a world champion if I can't do it all alone? Meanwhile, LA Knight looking to roll up Punk for a quick victory here. Talk about a matchup like this. CM Punk and LA Knight teeing off on each other. Rollins wisely staying on the outside, out of the action, where he can keep his body in the best condition as possible and not let the wear and tear take out early. There's a reason that Rollins has been an architect, a visionary, a revolutionary. A great mind is Seth Rollins. And even better and far sharper than it's ever been, being under the learning tree of the Oracle, Paul Heyman. Meanwhile, Jay up at the top. Crossbody lays out Rollins, but Rollins gets the shoulder up at 2. And Jay sends Rollins to the outside onto the floor. Perhaps Jey Uso looking to fly, but CM Punk laying out Jey Uso. And that's just what happens when you have all these different variables in a match like this. It's a multi-man match. It's a fatal 4-way. 25% chance of winning for each man. Although I would like to, add in, other things, other variables in the calculations, such as main event Jey Uso entering this match less than 100%. That makes it a higher number for the other superstars to win this match. Although with Rollins' chances of winning with the help of outside interference being highly reduced, Rollins' chances on that aspect have been reduced in that part. But Punk been sent into the crowd, and now it's Rollins going after Jay. Now mocking the Second City Saint, CM Punk, his longtime rival. I mentioned earlier, those two have had 21 matches against each other. And with matches like these, when you want to get rid of a certain player in a match, you have to create some sort of temporary alliance. The Yeet, Yeah, and Yeet are working together temporarily, but now it's just on them. Jay, looking to get a quick roll up here on Knight. And that's what it means to be temporary, with a Samoan drop to LA Knight. But the thing is for Jey Uso, while even though he's entered this match injured, the adrenaline kicks in, everything starts pumping, you hardly feel it. Obviously, the exhaustion, once it wears in, the longer a match goes on, your body will feel it. With the injured midsection of Jay, when the breathing becomes heavier, it becomes harder for him to breathe. Even harder having entered this match with an injured midsection after nearly being ripped in half by a wicked spear from the unpredictable badass Braun Breaker, who, if I'm him, I wouldn't show up because, I'd like to make money. I don't want to be indefinitely suspended. Meanwhile, Rollins working on these 3 competitors. Rollins is caught in a triangle of doom. I think Rollins might have just screamed for Paul, but he's all alone. This is an unfortunate turn of events for Rollins, but it is fortunate for everybody else that Seth freaking Rollins is, in fact, all alone. And now it's LA Knight taking his turn on stomping away on Seth freaking Rollins. And now it's Punk and Knight who once again come face to face. Both, of course, everybody wants to be world champion, but there's a reason it's a world championship. Only one person can call themselves that at any particular time. Punk, of course, the previous world champion, only held it for just under 5 minutes, would love to win it back. Jey Uso, having been a world champion earlier this year, also would love to. LA Knight's never done it. His opportunity was taken from him by CM Punk after CM Punk wanted to get his revenge on Seth Rollins the Raw after SummerSlam. And an homage to the Dudley Boys, one of the greatest tag teams of all time. ECW originals made their names widely known in WWE. You know, one of 3 tag teams that were in the popular TLC matches alongside the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian. A table has now been introduced. But look at this. Jey just laid out Punk. And Jey taking the advice of Roman Reigns to not work with anybody. And if there's anybody that has trust issues and gives great advice, it's Roman Reigns, who's had his back stabbed by Seth freaking Rollins more times than he could count. And a super kick by Jey to LA Knight. While Jey is wounded, he is still as dangerous as he's ever been. Perhaps even more dangerous, knowing that time is ticking because the pain will build up the longer this match goes on. Meanwhile, fighting deep into the crowd are Rollins and Jey, but here comes LA Knight, and Rollins doesn't realize it. LA Knight coming back into this thing. No rest for Rollins. Punk laying out both Rollins and Knight as Punk gets back in the situation after being super kicked by Jey Uso moments ago. Punk climbing up the steps, heading up to the top. Up at the top. High cross body lays out Rollins. And now starting to pick up momentum on the world champion is CM Punk with a nice swinging neck breaker. CM Punk has gotten it down to one-on-one, but the question is for how long? And that running knee. Rollins tried it earlier and did it earlier on somebody else, but there's a reason it's meant for CM Punk. And it might be time for Rollins to take a night-night nap and go to sleep. Meanwhile, a kick to the midsection by Jey to Punk. And an uppercut. And a nice step up into Geary. And a hip attack. Went for a kick to Knight, but Knight counters. And an inverted Death Valley driver. And a Shining Wizard by Punk. And Rollins with a pedigree. Rollins could put Punk away right now to retain. And a kick out by Punk at 2. It's so funny how everything works out. Rollins saying, I will make it a mission that CM Punk is never world champion as long as I live. While CM Punk did end up beating Gunther to become the world champion, Rollins made sure that it didn't last very long by cashing in the Money in the Bank after fooling everybody into believing he had a serious knee injury that would leave him out for a significant amount of time. Rollins kicked in the midsection on LA Knight. Has LA Knight right where he wants him. And a buckle bomb that has been devastating throughout the years and has taken out some of the biggest stars, including, costing Finn Balor a longer reign as Universal Champion when Finn Balor and Rollins went at it to determine the inaugural Universal Champion. Rollins connects with a frog splash on main event Jey Uso. But Jey, who's able to kick out at 2. And Jey with those ribs already busted heading into this match. The damage from that frog splash is going to be worse than it would have been had Jey entered this match at 100%. And now with Rollins the only one up on his feet, it may be Rollins to take. And now Rollins turns his attention to the last person who pinned him. And that is LA Knight. LA Knight, of course, pinning Rollins on the last edition of Saturday night's main event. Rollins mocking the megastar LA Knight. Rollins saying they don't care about you to LA Knight. And Rollins has truly taken the momentum of this match. And it's all on Rollins. Oh, LA Knight catches Rollins. And LA Knight fighting back at Seth freaking Rollins. And Rollins reverses. And down goes Rollins at the hands of LA Knight, who gets a side Russian leg sweep. But look who's back in the mix. It's Jey Uso. But gets caught with a neck breaker. And now Punk gets laid out with a scoop slam. And we're finding out whose game it is. And he's about to show CM Punk what that's all about. Meanwhile, Rollins gets in the mix. Gets planted on his head with a DDT. LA Knight back on his feet. And we've seen this before from LA Knight, that elbow drop. And there it is. And Rollins could be eating a BFT in his near future. He already knows what it tastes like. It's not the first thing I'd choose to eat if I were in Paris. But Jey Uso making sure that Rollins doesn't eat the BFT. Not for the sake of Rollins, but just to take out LA Knight in the process. Jey Uso still holding his own despite entering this match with a handicap, that being the injured ribs. Rollins heads up to the top. Jey Uso fighting back. Rollins was looking for that superplex. Oh, and Rollins gets taken down. But meanwhile, here comes LA Knight. Look at that leap from Knight. And now Punk. And a powerbomb superplex combo. And Punk pinned LA Knight, but LA Knight kicking at it too. And now going for the cover on Jey to put this one away, but Jey now kicks at it too. So close yet so far. You gotta wonder, how does this thing end with so many moving parts, different variables? How does this play out and who does it favor? a nice 30,343 crowd for La Defense Arena, a record that being for La Defense Arena here in Paris. Was looking to go for a side Russian leg sweep through the table. And the table awaits one of these two men. Uh-oh, Punk looking to take out Rollins. Rollins blocking. And a thunderous chop to Punk. And now Rollins looks to counter, perhaps looking for a pedigree on Punk through the table. Punk now looking for a GTS. Rollins, rake in the face of CM Punk. What a clothesline takes down Seth freaking Rollins. Oh, LA Knight sent CM Punk onto the table. And LA Knight repaying the favor. Oh, went for the stomp. LA Knight ducked. BFT! That's gotta be it. But Jay saves the day and keeps this match alive. And what could have been an incredible moment for LA Knight here in Paris to win his first ever world championship is taken away from him by main event Jey Uso, who stops the cover after LA Knight fully connects with a blunt force trauma that we already know has beaten Rollins in the past. And Jay is paying the price of sacrificing yourself to save your family. But still hanging on nonetheless. We're getting a yeah and yeet back and forth between the Yeet Master, Jey Uso, and the Yeah Master, LA Knight. And sending Jay to the outside, LA Knight swoops through. And Jay caught all of that and sending Jay into the French announce desk. What could be next? LA Knight cooking up something. Looking to show everybody whose game it is. Nobody involved inside the ring. The only thing that's really going on is LA Knight and Jey Uso. But here comes Rollins. Speak of the devil. And the devil shall appear. But now LA Knight dishing out some damage to Seth freaking Rollins. There's bodies everywhere in this massive fatal four-way match. This is our main event. It is for the prestigious World Heavyweight Championship. When it was first reintroduced a couple years ago at Night of Champions, Seth Rollins had beaten AJ Styles in the tournament finals. And for Seth Rollins to win it again by cashing in the Money in the Bank successfully for a second time in his career in a heist of a century, Rollins always knows how to make a full circle moment. Meanwhile, LA Knight heads up high, looking to send Rollins to the table. But LA Knight crashes and burns to the French announce desk, and nobody was home. I think it might be safe to say that LA Knight's out of the picture. LA Knight could be down, could be out. It's hard to say, but LA Knight crashed and burned hard through the French announce desk. Unfortunate timing for LA Knight. The longer this match goes on, the exhaustion, the pain, the wear, the tear, it all plays into effect. LA Knight's down and out. Jey Uso's all alone in the ring, and now look who's gonna fly. Jay is gonna soar, and with a suicide dive, taking out Seth freaking Rollins. And Jay, who now sends Seth Rollins back into the ring, Gonna go high as he looks to fly. Oh, Rollins ducks. But Jay meets a boot by Rollins. Jay returns the favor with a boot of his own. Oh, went for a forearm as Rollins. Jay, spear, but gets caught with a pedigree by Rollins into a cover. But Jay just barely kicking out. What an incredible turn of events we just saw there. Great counter by Seth freaking Rollins. That's just the veteran instincts by the World Heavyweight Champion. Punk still down and out. We haven't seen Punk in the last few minutes of this matchup. And now it's up to Rollins to fully take out Jey Uso. Jey Uso, the most damaged of the match, having entered this match less than 100%. Although, now I might eat my words saying that after LA Knight did just go through a table and CM Punk is nowhere to be found. Seth looking for that Phoenix Splash, but nobody home. I'll tell you what was home, that super kick right to the jaw of Rollins. And the second one that came with it on the side. And for dessert, a spear. Well, I would say for dinner because dessert is an Uso splash that Rollins is about to eat. And Jey Uso connects. But Punk comes back in to the fray with an elbow drop off the top. Perhaps it's CM Punk's time to take it all home, to recapture the World Heavyweight Championship. Looking for a GTS to put away Jey Uso. And that's got it. That could be it. And a stomp by Rollins. Rollins looking to steal this one. Oh, but Punk just kicked out of the stomp just before the 3. What a world title main event match. A GTS to Jay. And you got to think if Rollins hadn't connected with that stomp to break the cover, that Punk would be champ. But we'll never know. But Rollins hit that stomp on Punk, and it didn't keep Punk down for 3. But meanwhile, this has kind of become a triple threat match with LA Knight still out from being put through that table. Rollins saying, I don't want you to touch that title ever again. I mentioned it earlier. Rollins will do everything he can to make sure that Punk never holds the world championship ever again. Saying how much he hates CM Punk. Talk about one of the most heated feuds in history. It is just so much more than two superstars who don't like each other. It is hatred. Meanwhile, Rollins with a stomp to Jay on the outside. Rollins with a stomp to LA Knight and making sure it just comes down to CM Punk. To him and CM Punk. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no. Sean Bennett. Oh, my God. All he can do is watch his on. Meanwhile, Rollins' foot just stomped the steel, but nothing there. And now it's Punk with the opportunity with the GTS. And now Punk with a smirk as he has Rollins up on his shoulders. It's his moment to reclaim the World Heavyweight Championship. Don't waste your time. Who's this? Who in the world is that? Who's this? Oh! Becky Lynch just came to the aid of her husband. Becky Lynch just low-blowed Punk, allowing Rollins to get the stop on the chair. And it's all over. Talk about one of the greatest power couples. These two have held world titles together at the same time. Becky coming to the aid of her husband. You know, there's that old saying. Behind every good man, there's a good woman. And Becky Lynch is loyal to her husband as she helps him retain the World Heavyweight Championship in this massive main event. Sean Bennett looking befuddled at the events that just transpired, but with it being anything goes, nothing that can be done about it. It seemed like it was all over. Not one, but an attempt for a second GTS. But somebody in a hoodie, all covered up, comes out to the ring, some sort of ninja. And look who it is. It turns out to be the man, the Women's Intercontinental Championship champion, Becky Lynch. This allowed Rollins to connect with the curb stomp onto the steel chair, and Rollins is still the World Heavyweight Champion. And once again, Rollins screws Punk. And what it will perhaps go down as one of the greatest feuds in WWE history. But, I could say one thing's for sure and for certain. Rollins and Punk are not done. But Rollins and Becky get to celebrate to close out an incredible night here in Paris at the La Défense Arena. And what over a week it's been. And the fun continues tomorrow night for Monday Night Raw. Rollins retains and celebrates. All right. I haven't posted my video for tonight, so I'm going to use one of these matches as tonight's video. Thank you all for tuning in to tonight's stream, whoever did tune in. Appreciate all the love and support. So have a great night, everybody.